are for humanity, as well as some of those use cases of virtual worlds. Next, we have Christopher Ciccarella. He's going to be starting off with a hands-on experience workshop on AI and creativity, and then he's going to go on to have a artist panel where he's going to be moderating it along with Angela. And there's a whole lot of artists who are going to be called for an open call, and there's going to be a finalization of artist announcement as well. So Christopher, the floor is yours. We're excited to hear what you have to share.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be your guest, your host for the next half an hour or so at the Fashion Metaverse Conference 2025. I've been following many of the events that have happened already in the various beautiful locations, meeting wonderful people, both speaking and in the audience. According to the official schedule, we have a short hands-on workshop, and I'm keen on doing that, keeping it short. I regret that not each and every one of the open call winners could make it to be here, to be present in person. But I have the pleasure to also share a message with you of Pierre. Pierre is one of the participants and winners presented in the I Rule U2 by Ira Xlab and 9D Ghost as the sixth panel of 6 on the right-hand side. If you're in spatial, if you're present with your avatar in the audience, you see these framed AI artworks, 3 videos, 3 images. It's on the far right-hand side. I will forward a message by the artist. But before we do, I want to share my screen to give a brief introduction into generating images using not Midjourney, not the latest Reeve, but the classic DALL-E, because it's underestimated. And through this, I want to demonstrate what is commonly known as prompt tokenization, how to build a prompt. I'm aware of the fact that the latest AI image generators deliver excellent imagery based on natural language. Some claim that the mysterious prompt engineering was dead. I think being able to write good prompts still matters. Sharing my screen now. Now, is my screen shared? Can you see the white user interface?
I did enable it. You can try again.
Okay. Hold on. Now, I regret I don't see the actual screen that I do want to share. Here we go. All right. I'm confident you are able to see the white user interface with the prompt field now?
Cyberpunk Yakuza character.
Wonderful. Okay, so this is what I want to illustrate, and I'm using a very, very simple, short prompt to illustrate how wording does make a difference when using DALL-E. I will use a Japanese gangster type theme, and so within seconds it generates the image. Okay, that was so short that it asked me if it got the prompt right. I'm on u.com, a Swiss Army knife for AI use cases. You can use agents, build agents. You select various large language models to work with, generate images. Also, I use it for research and check facking. Okay, now that was like the briefest prompt ever, and I got an image, which I now, and this is what I'm trying to demonstrate, want to change. I will use the same identical prompt, but change something. I will add something. I will make that a 3D render or rendering of, and add background white. So what I get is not a 3D render, but an image that looks as if it was 3D rendered. Background white makes all the difference in this case, as we'll be able to see in a few seconds, because it's as if you remove the background. It's a standalone. It stands by itself. Now, that could be a black and white photo of to concentrate. So what is commonly at the end of the prompt defining the type of picture, whether it's a Polaroid or a movie still, or when using DALL-E, you open your prompt with that. It's you have it at the very beginning for best results. It does work in a different way. Okay, we got a close-up shot. And one more thing that I would like to demonstrate, teasing an upcoming open call, is character sheet. All among you who are familiar with animation know what an A pose, T pose, character sheet, and so on is. For those among you who have never heard of it before or haven't tried it in a prompt, I will briefly demonstrate it. Anime sheet, character sheet of anime style. And just to be sure I get exactly what I want, again, I add background white. So this is the last bit that I will be demonstrating. So the character sheet commonly shows a cartoon or whatever character, like from front, back, side, from various angles, and serves character consistency. So to see the same figure from various sides and angles. I hope this tiny bit of prompting demonstration has been helpful for all of you who use DALL-E or haven't used it yet but want to try it out. The type of image should be the beginning of your prompt. Keep it short. I will stop sharing my screen now, and return back to you. So this is the practical side. I'm very happy to see Angela has joined us here on Zoom and is ready to also speak. We will now switch to the open call, and I believe Isola is able to play the video that she has prepared. Is that correct? Hello? Okay. I will play it on YouTube and share the screen. Hold on. Or will the moderator do it? I'm not sure yet. Give me a second. Back to screen sharing. The artist is present. I'm happy to hear Angela talk about her work after the video. Not 100% sure if the audience is able to hear the audio also, with or without enjoy. That's a video by Stefania, who has background in fashion design and knows more than a thing or two about the tarot cards. Oh, wonderful voiceover by Elisabetta. I just hope you'll be able to hear the audio too. Otherwise, I recommend you watch the video on YouTube or on social media. So in this open call, we had great many entries into categories, AI image and AI video, and it was impossible to come to a conclusion who done it best. So the first place is shared by 3 creatives or artists each in each category. There's 3 winners in the video and the image category, and they share first prize. Sorry about that. Now, Robin Doris, she's, as you can see, the winner in the entry in the category AI images. You see the names of the cards that have a certain meaning, and yeah, she adapted her works to the individual themes of the cards. Oniric Voltage, I hope I pronounced it right, another deck or set of cards. And here we have Elena Servan, beautiful works, just amazing what everybody came up with. I'm deeply impressed. Matteo, with each and every one has their own style and way of expression. It's just such a joy to have been the curator of this open call. The high quality of entries was, yeah, breathtaking. Helena Banner, Rafa, Paola Rocchetti, Unica, beautiful works, love that style. Fiona Russell, bright colors. Okay. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to welcome Angela, who is present. You have seen her work during the film shown. And I invite you, Angela, to speak about your work and your approach.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, cool. First, hi, nice to meet you guys. I'm via video chat here. I am super honored and excited to be here. And I'm going to read what I want to say because I will forget by my excitement on what I'm going to say. So if you see me looking down, that's the only reason why, and I'll be back. So first, I just want to kind of give you a little bit inspiration of like where I am and how I got to where I am, and then I'll talk about the card. First, Christopher, I want to tell you thank you and everyone who helped bring this incredible opportunity to life with the Fashion Metaverse Conference 2025. The Draw Card event brought together an inspiring array of talent. Each entry, I watched every single one that was entered on LinkedIn, and I truly believe they were so amazing. The visual stories were deeply resonated in its own way through every collection. Over the past year, I've immersed myself in learning AI tools, not from just, first or tech first lens, but from a creative soul's perspective. I wanted to resonate in its own way, as far as to know what is possible and how these tools could improve or could empower artistic expression. So one day while I was experimenting with Midjourney, something in me just like shifted. My inner child basically just came out, since like my college years when I was doing mixed media, back in the day with Photoshop and Flash and Dreamweaver, all of those things. The power that we have today with AI tools is just amazing. We can bring things together faster and communicate visual stories like we've never been able to before. So my curiosity and passion has led me here and a community with LinkedIn that have amazing shares, such a great community of kindness, most generous groups of people that I've ever met. And I've learned so much simply by sharing, listening, and watching others grow. So when I saw this entry for the tarot card, I really wanted to inspire and create a story inspired by the tarot cards, with certain designers that I really like Rick Owens. I kind of tried that approach first, with my collection and some other designers to basically bring a collection together that was rich in symbolism of tarot, archetypes that reflect transformation, truth, rebirth, and the unknown. Each of the cards became a mirror guiding the creative direction, which in-depth emotion and a touch of surrealism. My work is very abstract, and so I want to bring that into my AI creations. I use Midjourney, and then I created the video with Sora. I blended them, and then I use Kling, and I also use Runway. I use many different tools to get my end look, but I also have a love for sound. So being able to use AI tools to bring it all together with lyrics and sound, I used Refusion. So I created the lyrics to go with the tarot cards so that I could bring the whole story together as a whole. My work, as long as I can grab your attention and find it interesting and some little small bit of a relation of some story, that to me means the world. So again, thank you so much for this opportunity. There's so much talent that is here, and we are just growing and evolving in so many different directions. And I'm so happy to be a part of this movement. That's it.
Well, thank you, Angela. I really appreciate you being here and you sharing what we cannot see with us. Your motivation and your approach, your tech stack, and that's really something that I believe the critics and those who are just like onlookers or bystanders not always fully understand. Some people believe it was just pushing a button, but there is more to it. It is true, a short and simple, most simple prompt will give you an image, and anyone can do it. It is a push of a button. But in order to express yourself, to express emotions, deeper concepts, new ideas, to generate exactly what you had in mind, what you dreamt of, what you think of, it does take skill and experience. And then I chose a topic with the combining fashion with the tarot cards, where there's more to it, giving the creatives a chance to put their heart and soul into it, which leads me to a message that one of the winners, Pia, had send as he can't be here in person. And it's about his inspiration for his entry, for his set and series of images. And I'm going to read it out. I apologize in advance for probably pronouncing this or that name in a wrong way. The following text is by Pierre. The inspiration behind my tarot series, Metamorphosed Arcana. Reinterpreting the tarot was not simply an aesthetic exercise for me, it became a true inner journey. I chose 5 major arcana cards, which are like the trump cards, for the strength of their symbolism and the way they resonate with recurring themes in my creative practice: transformation, intuition, collapse, spiritual healing, and mystery. The card symbolizing death was the first image to emerge. It arrived like a revelation. Inspired by Crystal Bowie from Space Adventure Cobra, this figure of metamorphosis wears transparency-like armor. The skeletal motifs don't speak of endings, but of immortality. In terms of fashion, I imagined a fleeting couture piece built around an oversized blouse with satin silk godets, one of the terms I might pronounce wrongly. Romantic and tinged with medieval spirit, to contrast with the theme of death and to evoke the links between neo-romanticism and Gothic aesthetics, somewhere between Gareth Pook and Alexander McQueen. The Tower card is not destruction, but truth. I drew from the sculptural aesthetics of Iris van Herpen, combining fractured forms and organic materials inspired by Angel's Egg, in brackets, Tenchi no Tamago, which remains one of the most visually profound experiences of my creative life. The figure stands in a broken world between floating cliffs and a cracked sky, embodying collapse as elevation, creation through destruction. The High Priestess card became a synthesis of sacred knowledge and futuristic elegance. I wanted her to embody both the androgyny and the discipline of the Ben Gesserit and the sensual minimalism of Rick Owens. Her aura hovers between code and ritual. Her garment, a silent codex, almost transparent, like the real books of June. The Moon card is my homage to dreamlike, powerful femininity. I envisioned her as a descent into the world of the Selenities and works like The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath by H.P. Lovecraft, bathed in a magical night and infused with science fashion. Liquid satins, lame, vinyl-like patent leather, and surreal silhouettes. The moon guides without ever fully revealing. She is mystery rendered into couture, inspired by Thierry Mugler's hyper-sculptural designs. Each card was born from a sketch, poetic prompts, reworked and refined, and carefully curated references, then owned through successive iterations via AI. I embraced the technology not as a shortcut, but as a collaborator. The process taught me to let go, to let accidents speak, what I call creative Leah. I never imagined AI would deepen my vision, and yet it did. This series is a dialogue between ancient symbols and contemporary tools, between mysticism and technology, between the fear of change and what we're willing to become. So this wonderfully crafted text is like, someone opening their heart and soul to us through the images and with that added information that I was happy to share, I believe it is clear to see how those outstanding works are far more than pushing a button. It is the result of an inner process, of an inner transformation. There's something happening. And as we just learned from Pierre, there's a whole lot happening in this case to finally result in images or videos that hopefully speak to us and set something in motion in those who look at it. May they be onlookers and bystanders, or beginners, or seasoned pros in Gen AI image generation. So, Angela, I would be happy if you would react to that, maybe add to that.
Yes, I would love to. Speaking of creating emotional, when I was creating my tarot cards as well, I wanted to bring meaning to it, what I felt would relate to others in the world, of mixed messages that maybe sometimes we don't even know subconsciously that is what we are feeling or how we are expressing. Sometimes we know, but we can't get it out. And to see other people relate, that they're not the only one out there feeling in this direction or going through this moment. I mean, we all go through these moments in our life, and they're not easy. And having that network to know you're not alone, just one message or one visual story can bring so much power and inspiration. I had a response from somebody, and I forget what it was, but well, I know what it was, but I don't want to say their name. However, what they said to me was just, they said, I've never looked at it like this, and it was an outward approach, and it was so inspirational to them. And that to me was the world knowing that I created that connection and that feeling for someone to feel that power. Or I shouldn't really say power, but to feel that message, to bring that alive. And I think as artists, that's what's so important. We need to connect to others, and we need to share our stories so that they know there are other stories that are alike, or there's a different approach. I don't know. That's kind of my vision on everything, on how we create. I know when I create everything, I do literally think about the process, and I really do try to put things in place as a visual story and a meaningful way, and not just a creation. So hopefully you guys see that. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think? Any other questions?
Well, thank you, Angela. It's something that oh, I'm going to interrupt myself. I just see Tanushree joined us and is raising her hand. I'll be happy to pass the mic to her.
Thank you, Christopher. Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Clearly audible? Yeah, great. So, really happy to be here. This was an amazing experience, designing the tarot cards, creating the concepts. First of all, I've always known about tarot cards from a from a distance. I never explored the meanings behind it. So the first thing that I did was went to Wikipedia or like Google and say, what is the meaning behind tarot cards? What are the different kinds of tarot cards? And that's where I started the, my journey to create the tarot cards. Still, my knowledge is very limited. I'm still kind of, I think, exploring, but it was very beautiful to know, so many hidden meanings behind each and every concept, that how tarot cards, are designed, or, the information that they, they can give you to introspect or to reveal things. So my main inspiration was the whole mystery around it. You know how it is wrapped around the mystery, it's wrapped around mystery. That was my main inspiration. And dark, why? Because in most of my themes, you will see I have this approach where I tend to get inspired a lot by the cosmos, stars, and otherworldly realms, those kind of things. Kind of as a child also, sorry if I'm going too deep, but as a child also, I used to always ask these questions, what's beyond, and things like that. So I think, as Angela was also saying, that subconsciously we have a lot of things embedded in us, which comes out through exercise or experiments or art, how it just so I think through art, I'm discovering that a lot of those hidden things, they come up, and how one theme becomes stronger in my art journey. And I tend to repeat it again and again. And when I'm creating, I'm always trying to connect more with my emotions, what I'm feeling at that moment, and then I try to showcase it in my art. Not from a perspective of whether it will be popular or not popular, but I really let me dig down deep into my emotions. And it always gets connected to fashion, because I have a background in fashion, traditionally studied fashion, worked in fashion, and currently also I'm working as a senior women's wear designer at a organization here in UAE. It's called Lulu Retail. And fortunately, I have been given this responsibility to, drive the Gen AI initiative within my fashion department, where I'm doing a lot of different things, experiments, uh, to solve, the problems that we face, or to, sort or solve things through AI. For example, one of the things that I'm working on right now is AI powered photo shoots. So that's been a big challenge, but I have learned a lot within the last couple of weeks that I've been working on. So that's more practical approach of real life execution of AI. But uh, this sorry so what this open call is, kind of a release of more artistic side of me, so that's what, as I had also posted some time back, that how art is therapy. And so for me it is like that. So that's about it. Thank you so much, guys.
Well, thank you for being here and for sharing your story with us. Our section comes to an end. Thank you again, Tanushree. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, all participants beyond the winners of the open call. Thank you, Fashion Metaverse Conference, for giving us the opportunity to show and showcase our works. And thank you, of course, the hosts of this beautiful spatial space. I will too come back after this event also and visit and read. Yeah, love you all and see you next time.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Thanks for keeping to time. Appreciate it. And the next speaker is Jens Lagerson, Senior Head Designer, Creative Director, Designer, Consultant for Luxury and Fashion. And he's going to be doing a workshop about using AI for digital purposes. I had the chance to meet Jens and work with him. It's truly a pleasure. Jens, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Aditya, to see you in this verse. I just come from another conference where I did conference at UAL about my creative journey yesterday, where it was about the story that I'm going to tell you a little bit now. I understand this is like a workshop, so I really want to kind of explore what is in my brain behind the stories that you may know or may have seen already. But I think it's a good time to share the thinking behind everything. So I'm just sharing my screen, and then we can go for the presentation. So I'm of course a fashion designer who has like a long career in fashion. Today I'm a consultant, but I'm also like an academic, and I like to work in the intersection between academia, consulting for brands, and exploring what is the future of fashion with the transition from the physical to the digital. So in my career, I've won many awards, but I really like to see myself as an alchemist, somebody who takes elements and puts them together in different ways. And this is the fusion at the intersection of art, design, and technology that I really think. So this is kind of an image that kind of illustrates well my initial interest in science, that was meaning that I was supposed to become a scientist, a microbiologist. And then I actually transposed into like working with the clothing and the body. And I think that is kind of the contrast between what it is. My work is inspired by both scientific realms and also physical realms. And I think this is kind of what I think in the story of my career. Yeah. A quick overview of my career that evolved from high school in Denmark, where I was a math physics scientist, and I was supposed to have worked in science, but then I started to work in fashion from the assistants. And after a career in Paris, I went to Paris where I worked and I studied couture, and then I worked in a couture house. And at the end of 1999, I realized I wanted to be more creative and went to St. Martin's. And during that time, we had September 11 happen. I think that is the crash that kind of inspired my creativity, that ignited the process of looking at what fashion can be. And it launched from Brand on the Fashion Week. And after that, I became a consultant. And for many years, I also collaborated and did many fashion films on the way. And then the pandemic happened, which kind of did the ignition of the digital reboot for me and for the world. And today I'm kind of exploring this in my practice. Just a quick overview of what happened with the September 11. At the time, I was deconstructing garments and kind of reconstructing new ways to see how fashion could be. I was very much interested into this idea of hybridization. So, you know, before we had painters, and then the painters were replaced or combined with photography. And then the artists like the surrealists started to do collage, and then we got Photoshop. And then we got all these kind of digital integration. And today we have AI. So I think we're really in a time where these tools, digital tools, are really there to help us. I actually come from this conference at UAL, London College of Fashion, where I was told, like, you know, the AI is actually not a tool, it's an agent, and an agent is somebody who could do things that is more than just being a tool. So I think with the AI, we're really beyond what was initially the tools that could just cut and paste. We're really in a place where you can create things by itself, and it can really put things into place that are really new. So my whole design thinking has always been inspired by what I called the hybrid reconstructionist philosophy that was inspired by actually the event of 9/11, that when I saw the Twin Towers falling down, I realized it was the end of modernism as we knew it. And as you can see here, there's a picture of the Lego blocks on the floor, which will come back to you later in the narrative. But I really see this kind of Lego blocks. It's the way like children start to play with Lego blocks again once the tower has fallen down. And I think this is what we can do in these times where things are quite deconstructed, but we have to reconstruct new realms and new optics and new thinkings, new images, new concepts, but still, of course, do that in many ways. My image collection was quite monochrome, and it was like workwear combined with tailoring. And it actually led me to collaborating with a photographer called Nick Knight, where I kind of discovered this glitch of the VHS tape. And that was really the first time that technology allowed me to see new ways of my own thinking. So here you can see me working with the fit model in the studio, and the glitch of the VHS tape at the time really reconstructing new silhouettes. And I realized that technology can be a fantastic co-creator in the design process and allow us to see new versions of ourselves and really allow us to see new perspectives. It resulted in many fashion films. Again, the Lego blocks. Then it leads us to the agency that I have launched with the pandemic, Consens X, which is really about this digital integration that I believe is imminent in front of us. And for me, the Consens X is really an agency that is about working together and finding meaning. So that's why the sense, on top of that, it rhymes with Jens. And then you also have the X because of the multiplication, the collaborative effect, and also the idea of working with technology. So I think we're really in a time where we are transdisciplinary. We're not just working in one field. We can be fashion designers, conceptors, and scientists at the same time. And I think this is really what the generative AI and all these tools that we have around us can allow us to do, to really explore new ways of coming forward. So in the agency, we are working on brand discovery, audit, concept building, advisory, business solutions, and actually development of visuals and things like that for brands. Collectively, we have worked for all these companies and brands around the world. And again, coming back to, you can see the Lego blocks come back again. To the left, we have the chaos, and to the right, we have the order. I think this is what we world need today, like agencies and collaborators who can bring order to chaos. Then it leads us to the integration of the fashion industry with how technology since the pandemic has been becoming more and more prominent in the fashion industry. And you can see there's many ways that we can use technology, from the digital fashion to the trend forecasting to all these kind of AI tools that can allow us to be more productive and save resources and really allow the world to become a more productive place and also have less waste. But what the area I'm more interested in is the intersection between fashion architecture, where you have like the fusion of the expanded silhouettes of the digital clothing that is talking really well with the way that architects often have used also these kind of digital tools to illustrate iterations of design thinking and explorations of new ideas and realms. In architecture, you have had many designers who have been working with like digital tools like Grasshopper, who could take like AI imaginations like Midjourney can do that often are quite unrealistic, because that is a thing that the AI is not. It's not realistic. It's assimilating many pictures it finds online, and then it puts it together in very interesting ways. And I've also recently started to use it in terms of redesigning known furniture design from a Danish architect. And I find it's really interesting to see how this kind of configuration of design objects can really bring life to something we know already and bring something into another realm that is a little bit different, that is a little bit hybrid, that is a bit interesting. And I think this fusion of traditional pattern cutting tools and digital pattern cutting tools, or traditional hand drawing and virtual hand drawing, is really an interesting way of using the creativity in many ways. I know many of my colleagues are worried about losing work or that work will change, and I totally understand that, because we're in a total time of transformation where the digital is going to take over for sure a big part of the development process of many things. On many sides, of course, it also maximizes the time we can automate tasks that are quite laborious or a little bit boring. And I think I can see my students, when I invite them to start to work with physical pattern cutting alongside doing the same things in the digital, that they can certainly iterate much quicker and faster in the digital than they could do in the physical. And I can see how even students who are not creative students certainly can discover that with prompting intelligently, they get interesting stuff. If you prompt basic words, you get basic stuff. So I think it's really about them to learn to use the algorithms and become an algorithm and use that algorithmic interpretation of creativity and put it into the language that we feed into the models, because otherwise things just get generic and straightforward and copycatting. And I think a lot of artists or designers today are copycatting by referencing other artists' names and saying this is what I'm looking at. Of course, many designers have done that for the years, looking at other designers' work, but if you are a true creator, I do believe you have to find your own vocabulary, not referencing other artists, painters, or designers' work when you're prompting your design. But of course, it's easier for the AI to guess something if you know the designer's name than if you are not going to do that. Now we are getting into like the world of the digital fashion, where I really have been interested in exploring this immersive metaverse content and space creation that will bring new connectivity between brand values and purposeful consumer experiences. And this is just an example of me starting to explore working with like the digital fashion silhouettes in Clo 3D, taking my existing classical garments, layering on top of the others, creating silhouettes that are in between, that are a combination of two patterns. And I can just see it as an interesting way to explore silhouette transformation and technology application in a digital way before you actually venture into the physical realm, because I do believe, for my part of the fashion industry, you know, the one who works in selling luxury garments and objects that people can wear, it is of course interesting that this digital process is aligning with what you actually can end up offering to the clients. But I can also see, of course, that this kind of digital iterations can be very interesting, that you can offer these digital versions of your garments on top of having the, like a metaphysical version of a physical reality that you're going to wear. So at the end, you could imagine that people both have a digital and a physical version of the garments. And this leads us to the concept of digital fashion, because I do think this idea of digitality in between physical and digital is really a concept of metamodernism that is interesting, because it allows us to think about what is in between. It's not a physical, it's not a digital, it's in between. This leads us to the fashion tech project of MetaSense, which I launched 2 years ago in London Fashion Week. And it was really an expansion of my work with Clo 3D. Here there's a little film that kind of shows a little bit. The MetaSense collection, I wanted to explore how my design thinking could transpose into the digital realm, digital fashion and the metaverse. And for me, it was quite natural to develop more into the digital, as I had explored a lot about how to use digital during the pandemic. It became a sort of communication, and I've also seen drain digitally things that I learned to do by hand, go into learning the Clo 3D techniques myself. So in this process, what I realized that when you work in digital realms, you can actually do fittings online. You see me working there with digital designers in New York, in India and Amsterdam during the pandemic. And I realized it is possible to do these things in the digital way that I would normally do in the physical way. So you can see the blue lines that I draw on top of the screen is kind of my indications of how I would want the digital pattern cutters to work with the transformation of what they were starting to do and becoming, and then creating the final garments that you see there. Then I also discovered this kind of expansion of the silhouettes that really became the core of the fashion film that I launched in London Fashion Week, you know. And I think this kind of exploration of this expanded silhouettes are extremely beautiful, because we recognize it's a trench coat, but then it's a meta trench coat. It's something that is a bit beyond, because this sculpture is very fantastical. And it's a project I'm working on currently of how I could actually make that into a physical garment, but I also would like to turn this into like a virtual reality experience. I've already had these kind of experiences done in VR, in AR app, but I think if you could have an immersive experience like this in a virtual space, in a physical space at the same time, it could really be transformative for the audience to understand that there is a huge advantage in having both physical and digital realms of everything around us. So this is the example of a virtual gallery that was done in London Fashion Week, also with Virtual Touch, a Hong Kong startup that has been I have been collaborating with for like 2.5 years as creative director for the startup and helping them position the brand towards a bigger audience. So this is just an example of my signature jacket, like the crop tuxedo jacket that was always my punk version of the tuxedo jacket that I found in a flea market in Paris and that I was wearing all the time at the time. And that kind of cropping into the tailoring, it's of course something that goes back to surrealism, to cropping things, to readjusting to punk, to creating your own proportions. And during this project for London Fashion Week, I collaborated with German fashion designer, digital designer Andrea Doring, cropping these kind of close silhouettes into like fragmented silhouettes that then became other silhouettes, you know. And I really love this kind of conceptual deconstruction of physical patterns into digital concepts that are deconstructed and then put together again into the final collection. So here you have like example of the collection. Again, some more of the iterations of Andrea, what she did for me. And I think, you know, this digital tool is really an amazing way for designers like myself who are very practical. We're not so much into the metaverse, but really there to trying to create objects of consumption that is both in the digital and the physical realm, that is also turning towards a luxury item that people can actually wear too. And And it's just interesting how you can observe the objects in different ways, you know. I also love this iteration that Andrea did for me, which she took a picture of one of my silhouettes and printed onto the dress. And I think it's just such an interesting way to be able to explore versions of things before you go into producing them physically. Here's just a little example of the film that I did in London Fashion Week, just to show you a bit the beginning of it. So I started with a shirt, and then it turned into like this multiplication of the same shirt in different expanded versions. That allows us to see the same object in different ways. So in London Fashion Week a year ago, I did this digital event that was both physical and digital. So you had like the digital gallery, you had like the physical space that had a similar feeling. You had the physical catwalk and physical art installation done with an artist. And then there was a physical film and a digital film of the same objects. And I really realized that people could suddenly start to see, oh, this is physical and this is digital. And that is a way for the majority of people who are not into the metaverse, who are not into gaming, who are not into living a life online, but who really wants to be in this world after the pandemic, but to kind of teach them about how this digital realm can actually be an enhancement of the physical realm. And it was really interesting to see how they kind of started to play with the AR app in the space with the garment next to them, and they start to realize that this can actually be a transformative experience once you try to explain the experience with that. Physical installation of my garments that also exists in digital realm, and again, more of the showroom design that was done again by virtual tools. So this is a digital catwalk I did in Portugal last year at Lockdown Festival, and here we have the MetaSense collection that I showed in Digital Fashion Week last year, where you kind of can see this beautiful immersive space with the films projected, and then yeah, you will have the models coming walking out. So it does give the audience, even though if it's in a traditional format with a catwalk, but it does give the audience an experience of having this digital with the physical at the same time. And I do think it's interesting to see how the trench coat, that screen comes out next to the trench coat, is deconstructed at the space behind it. And I was told by the audience, you know, that suddenly they can really see there is the physical catwalk, but at the same time, there is this digital exploration of what the artistic side of the object can be. So I think this is really where I am, science combined with creativity plus disruption. I think disruption is key. If you are an artist today, you have to disrupt. If you are scientific, you have to disrupt. If you want to do generative AI, you have to disrupt. I think many things that I see are quite ordinary. And I think if you want to really produce something interesting, then you have to find something interesting to say and to prompt. And I can see with my students, you know, in the beginning, what they prompt is very basic. It's maybe reflecting thinkings. They're referencing other artists' work. And I think what I learned for myself is the more disruptive you are in your language with the AI, the more interesting it becomes. So here I just wanted to quickly show you some of my images with Midjourney that I have been playing with, trying to explore how Midjourney could help me kind of disrupt and come up with ideas of tailored jackets, classical fashion garments for classical brands. So this is kind of my way of being a consultant for classical brands, looking into what these garments can look like. Illustrate for a brand what garments could be in a certain context. It could be for a campaign idea, for an exhibition, for a catwalk, maybe a campaign idea, even if the Midjourney sometimes in runway becomes a bit disrupted, but I still think you can get the aesthetic of the possibilities. I do like the way these kind of low-res silhouettes, they get a bit strange, but that's the beauty with Midjourney sometimes. And this was kind of the core of everything that I wanted to show you about with the Lego principle. That it's a Danish toy that was done by a guy who was doing like wood blocks in the 30s, and he realized that it didn't stick together, so he invented a Lego block. So this idea of the Lego block has really inspired my working with everything, you know. So in Danish, it means play well, and this is what I think design is, and what the play with science and generative AI is. It's about playing, being experimental, and not going for the flow. So here you can see an example of a project that I did using the exploration of what a collaboration between Jens and Lego could be. And that was actually the first time I used Midjourney, and within 4 hours, I produced like so many drawings and illustrations of ideas that it would have taken me 2 weeks to do with an assistant in Photoshop. So I really realized that the transformative power of the generative AI is really, really something that we should explore. There's other explorations of what the project could be for Smiley or Pierre Cardin. If you know this brand, it's like a futuristic brand from the 60s who were known for doing this kind of moon space vision of fashion, what luxury could be. And this was a project I presented last year in the Metaverse Fashion Conference, leading us to a collection that I did also lately with the use of AI. And I think you can see how the AI can really help us explore the creativity that was behind the brand that I was pitching to. So I often use this for pitching to brand. And this is just an example of how with AI and in Runway, you can sometimes create something really beautiful. Okay, I just put in the word wind and it did that. I've never been able to reproduce this again since. But it was the beauty of one moment. And I really like this as a concept that you could not recreate it again. This is just some examples of how a basic tool like New York AI can be used to prompt like illustrations. So here I was working on a project for Burberry, and of course it's easy for the AI to take my illustrations and turn them into Burberry iterations because Burberry is a known brand. And of course, so when you work on something that's quite known with the Burberry check, it's quite easy to see how the AI can be extremely helpful in producing all these images very fastly. Here's a project I presented also some days ago with Aditya for Hologram that we are looking into working with, how we can turn a physical object into a digital garment that will then be transported into an AR app experience. And I really like to show people the interconnections between the digital and the physical. And I think it's really interesting when you start to play with everything and explore the things. You know, I even love the way the glitching happened to the silhouette to the right, and that could become like a print. So it's a really positive and creative tool that you can use. And I think once people start to see this kind of exploration of the expanded t-shirt on a person, on the body, and in an AR app, it's really a place where it can start to become very interesting for people to explore. Yeah, so this is the installation we are planning to do in Delhi in a sneaker shop.
I didn't expect to find someone talking to a stone today.
Okay,
It's
so the stone is still talking.
Stuck in this rock form makes 100.
Yeah, so that's difficult to get rid of.
What? I didn't expect to.
So yeah, so I think I will stop with this today. So thank you very much for listening to my story.
Thank you very much, Jens. Thanks for sharing. And I think we had a lot to learn, even though it was, a workshop. But we have Robert next. So Robert, he's a creative genius, director, producer, Web3 advisor, and AI advocate. He's going to be giving a talk on the world's first sandbox game themed on a cafe and bar. So Robert, you have the floor. You can unmute whenever convenient.
Can you hear me well? It's all good?
Slightly, yeah.
Yep. I'll talk a bit louder. How's that sound?
Much better.
Okay, great. Well, look, I'm gonna share my screen. Let me just bring up the first. Let's just get that going. As that's happening, I just want to, of course, firstly say thank you for having me here. It's this time I've been here, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here sharing this with you guys. I think you can possibly. Oh, let me get there. So as introduced, yes, I think the one thing at the moment that I can correlate with the Fashion Week is here it's actually Shanghai Fashion Week. So it's all a buzz, all the fashionistas around, and it's going crazy. So as mentioned, I'm here based in Shanghai. So without further ado, I'll go straight into this. Now, I'm sure many of you have already heard, if you're into Web3, you've heard of the sandbox. It's like Minecraft, but of course we're using blockchain as the core technology. And so I always, and this is just a little bit about what the sandbox game is for those who don't know. You know, they've got some of the biggest brands, and here's a page. You'll see some of the partners involved. They've got Snoop Dogg, Paris Hilton, Star Wars, and they've just released Alpha Season 5, which has basically the Jurassic World IP. So they've got some amazing IPs inside the sandbox. And, you know, again, being involved in Web3, I thought, wow, this is an amazing brand. I love the brand. I also hold a little bit of their sand, so they do crypto as well. So when we were coming up with a concept, Vermithology, this is my company. We have several F&B outlets here in Shanghai. We came up with this concept, which is the Sandbox Lounge. So really trying to bring in Web 2 and Web 3. And of course, here powered by Vermithology, which again is our brand. Let's go straight into it. So I'll show the introduction. A lot of people ask me, why did I choose Sandbox? Why did I want to do this? Now, as mentioned, one of my passion is Web3. And I was really into NFTs and of course, crypto. And I wanted to bring that here. Now, of course, here being based in China, as I am, there are some limitations, as I think maybe many of you know, in terms of cryptocurrency and all that. But blockchain is heavily encouraged and supported here. Alternatively as well, actually, Sandbox does have a company here, a presence, and they have an educational facility here in teaching, obviously, locals here how to use blockchain. So we do bars, and I said, how can I bring these two together, Web 2 and Web 3, at least as much as I can here in Shanghai? So we created this concept, Sandbox Lounge, and it really does mark the very first manifestation of the Sandbox brand in a physical sense. And I think, you know, a lot of the speakers beforehand, you know, it's about the physical and digital. And we wanted to take this into a different level, which is basically drinks and food. Okay, let me move on. So again, here we actually also built the Sandbox Lounge inside the sandbox. So as you can see here on the left is us in the sandbox, and there's me and my partner Olivia on the right. That's the actual physical space. And if you look down, you can see where we are here. This is a BFC. For those who may or may not know Shanghai, there's the area called the Bund. It's probably the most iconic image you guys will see of Shanghai, with the Oriental Pearl Tower, basically on the harbor, with all the kind of futuristic buildings. And then on the other side, which is called the Bund, is all the kind of older 18th century buildings, and we're on that side. So anyway, so again, really merging the metaverse and IRL in a physical sense here in Shanghai. So again, some of our goals is celebrating the intersection of Web3, coffee culture, cocktails, and of course, community building in the real world. Now, us being here, we're on the metaverse at Spatial, where there's a community with obviously the fashion metaverse conference. But, how do we take that to another level? And as we all know, after the pandemic, everyone wanted to go out. Everyone wanted to see people face to face. So we wanted to provide that hub, that location and venue that could provide that. Second, of course, here it is, we want to create a new experience, new offerings. So part of the design concept, which you'll see a little bit later, really was how do we bring people into the game, the sandbox? That really did heavily influence the design style of our bar. Again, you'll see in a second. And then finally, of course, we did this as a pop-up. So it was about 7 months. The bar was in operation. Took about 6 months to plan, prep, raise funds, and then we executed it. And then we did it for about 7 months. And now our intent is we're now looking at opening potentially in Manila, talks with an investor in Manila, and also potentially Dubai and Tokyo. All right, I'll just keep going in. Let's look at some of the pictures. So here's the first, I don't know if it's there yet. Boom, there, I can see it. So here is, as you enter, this is it. And we literally have a lounge, obviously with a Sandbox Lounge. And you go in, we have our LED screens. And then you can kind of see here from a different angle. And our slogan is chill, drink, play here. And right now you can see paintings on the wall. So we we use the space not only obviously for drinking and fun and events, but we also created exhibitions. So this was an art exhibition called My Other Brain, where we had artists come in and physically show their works. So we really wanted to use this space for creativity, fun, and community building. Here's a picture of the actual bar. Now, if you look up the top of the bar, you'll see a screen, and that screen is actually the map of the sandbox, the actual current map of the sandbox, which we wanted to show. And I know it looks a little bit plain, but there's a lot of secret doors, just like a game. We wanted to kind of emulate what it is behind the scenes, and there's a secret toilet in there. I don't know if you'll see that. Now, that's what it looks like from the outside. Again, we're on the Bund. So we had a beautiful opening. Everyone can see in, and actually all those LED lights, we can change colors according to the different events or brands that were coming in. Oh, and one small thing, let me just go back. So on the right, you'll see Sebastian. So Sebastian Bourget is the COO and co-founder of Sandbox, the game. And that's actually probably the biggest Sebastian Bourget avatar ever created, as we know anyway. So that's a little bit of insight. But yeah, that was physically stuck on the glass, made out of wood. Okay, so again, coffee, cocktails, and snacks, and these are some of the drinks. So as you can see with our glasses, the majority of them are actually square. We wanted to bring the theme of the sandbox, of the cube, the voxel, the pixel, also into the drinks. And we even created specific new cocktails designed for the sandbox. Again, our core values: innovation, community, quality, fun, authentic, and respect, of course, to the people that were coming in from all different backgrounds. So the location, again, as mentioned, is BFC. That's the Bund Financial Center. Beautiful location, and actually, we had a fountain in the front. They do a lot of markets and stuff like that. And our bar on this is on the right side of that kind of bigger picture. And one of the iconic buildings there is the Fosun Museum, which is that big thing with bamboo strip kind of designs, and that actually moves every hour in the hour with kind of music. So that's one of the highlights. And literally behind that, and there's the Mercedes-Benz on the left, and literally behind that is the water. So you're right on the water on the Bund. And there's a bit of a map, and you can see the zone, water on the right. And that's the Bund Financial Center. So our operating hours, we were open 7 days, and from 10 a.m. to actually midnight. So long days, but you know that's what the mall wanted, and really for us. So we were a cafe in the day, and then a bar at night. So one of the purposes, of course, again, community mixes and social gatherings. So here's a picture. I'll just get into the pic. So we were absolutely honored to have Sebastian Bourget come and visit us, give us the thumbs up, and had a talk to our community. So that's, I'm sure you guys know who Sebastian is. Another picture, another angle, a few other events that we've had in there. So we did everything: exhibitions, salsa dancing, dog shows, karaoke. We had karaoke every Friday night where people can just come in, open house. In the middle there, you can see we had guest bartenders on the left. We had a wall we called the Wall of Fame, where people could sign their name, and actually we're about to NFT that wall because obviously now it's closed. So, and all the people that came, will send them an NFT. Here's some more kind of community shots. We had shisha talks. There you go. Here's some more community, the galleries. So it really was probably, when we were open, we were the #1 Web3 bar in China. We could safely say that. Definitely the biggest. Then we had a sandbox. We actually had an arcade game where you can play, you can log in, you can register, which was, of course, from a sandbox game perspective, was one of their, say, one of the things they really wanted us to do was to help onboard people, bring people into the game, and really introduce the game. Now, although globally Sandbox, I would say, is relatively well popular, in China, it still isn't as well known. So, you know, we really did aim to put Sandbox on the map, which we believe we did in Shanghai. There you go, some artists, singers, rappers. And these are just some of the events. You can see what we did. We had AI talks, tech talks, NFT talks, dancers, special guest DJs, special guest bartenders, and the like. Then we had our own little kind of designs, clothes, boom, boom. Now, again, just looking at this in terms of the color. So we literally even picked the same color as a sandbox, both at what we used on the floor and also the ceiling. So these design styles is specific to the sandbox theme. That's us there. Boom, boom, boom. And there we are. Sandbox Lounge. So look, just adding on to that, I'll just go back a page. You know, again, having Sebastian come, you know, I think one of the amazing things, as we know, with the metaverse is its ability to really bring different people from different backgrounds. And again, you know, one thing that we wanted to really encourage, and as we are when we open in Manila, is really bringing communities. Now, one thing that really, in terms of revenue from the business side of this, at the end of the day, what I did tell people, although we had this theme, is we had to sell coffee and we had to sell cocktails. So there's also that challenge from a business perspective, you know, and we had to be innovative in how we brought those people in. But one thing that really captured the market for us was our events. It was really an event-oriented space, and that's what really drove the people to the Sandbox Lounge. Now, again, this is my passion, you know, building new brands, new companies. As mentioned, we are looking to bring this out of China. And why is that important to us? I think one of the main things is that we're able to then, once we take it out of China, we can really incorporate the Web3 element of that. What I mean by that is, for example, if you had sand, you might get discounts on, you can use your sand cryptocurrency to actually buy a cocktail. Another idea is you can actually buy an NFT online of a drink, of a cocktail or a coffee, and you can use it, show it, and we know you, and then we'll give you the physical coffee, and many other benefits incorporated into that. So we're really looking at exploring how to truly combine the Web3 world and the Web2 worlds together, physical and digital, into one. That's it for me here in Shanghai. And again, thank you to everyone, particularly Isola, who invited me again. I know it's really difficult bringing all these amazing and talented people together. And again, it's such an honor for me to be here. Thank you very much. There's my Twitter or my X account if you'd like to add me. And I hope to see you guys very soon. Hope that is my time. Thank you.
Yeah, Robert, you took the time. Thank you very much. In fact, very excited to look at the Sandbox cafes and so next speaker is Marco Biancioni. He's a senior researcher in the National Research Council of Italy, CNR, and he's going to be talking on reflections of AI governance, shaping the future responsibly. So Marco, you have the stage. You can start.
Thank you, Aditya. I will share you my screen. Okay. Okay. You can see at the exhibition in the pyramid is the AGI, the Artificial General Intelligence, a supposed artificial intelligence able to match or surpass the human capabilities. Such an AGI could be a single superorganism spread across the internet that could eventually perform some physical functions through robotic agents, every robot acting as a single cell in a body. We all play here with the
hosting and moderating a panel with many people joining about the creator's path to success. The floor is yours, Stella.
Thank you so much for the intro, Aditya. And Marco, this was a great presentation. I stood in half through, but I share some of your views, and I think it's always important to look at everything realistically, right? That we're like being thrown in. So thank you for this. Okay, yeah, I want to talk a little bit about using AI essentially to produce visuals that connect with your maybe metaverse personality or the avatar that you put in virtual spaces. And I wanted to share a little bit of my workflow and how I did it. Screen, does it work fine? Adopting. And so some of you who have been using Blender, this setup might look somewhat familiar. This is the classic node setup. So the first thing you do is you load a model. The model you have to download separately. Then you design a prompt. This is the positive prompt. So maybe I should make it green, the positive one. This is the negative prompt. So you have two different spaces to design those. So negative one. I don't want to have bad eyes. Shouldn't be CGI. Shouldn't have watermarks, right? Stuff like this. The empty latent image essentially decides on the resolution or also the format of the output. The K-sampler is essentially the node that does all the work, and we do have a full webinar on this. So this today sadly only a walkthrough, but maybe using images with AI, but through open source. And this is essentially the final image that I can generate. So we can run this one more time, maybe get something different or slightly different at least. And ta-da, we have a different image. So this is what I started with to get my colors. I wanted to do something that feels Mediterranean, but also maybe a little bit couture and relates somewhat to mermaid core without being overly shiny, glitzy, embroidered, stuff like this, right? So I wanted to keep it down to earth, but also go and explore a little bit when it came to drapes, shapes, and stuff like this. So I created these different color palettes in this first setup that I just showed you on ComfUI. Then I created these images, and I will show you that. So Marco's answering in the chat. Yeah, exactly. So the cool thing with ComfUI is, we can take this. You can literally drag and drop images back into your work window, and you get the setup. So with every image that you output, the original workflow is actually being saved. So you don't need to save this separately. Your images already do that for you. So as you can see, to generate those images that I just showed you in this row specifically, they were generated with workflow. Also something a little bit simple that here we can load. It's essentially using this image as a reference to generate an output that somewhat relates to mermaid core, but kind of down to earth. If you want to take a closer look, maybe, I know people always feel completely it's the secret sauce of all of this. The better you get with expressing your creative vision in words, the easier it gets to actually get the results you want to get. So in case you're interested, you can maybe stop the recording here and copy this and just experiment from there. So this is, for example, one of the results I got. I don't like it because it lacks a head, very obviously. So we need something with a head. Share with you guys. So this is something that could work, right? The hands are not super pretty, but that's something we can also fix with another workflow. Yeah, and we can put a hat on here, like actually any hat we want. So you can really use this with your, if you have a spatial avatar, if you have a metahuman as an avatar, whatever you design, whatever you created, you can put that face. You could even you could take a picture of yourself and put that on there. Also, hi Tan. Trying to keep an eye on the internal chat here. All right. So this is the second workflow. Also not too crazy of a setup. So in case you want to copy any of this, feel free. And just like Blender, because ComfUI is open source, there are so many free resources out there for you to just experiment and try stuff out. So I really encourage you guys to, just look for things. They are probably already there and you don't even need to solve how to make them from scratch. So then comes the, I personally think more exciting part, which is I use my metahuman avatar and swap her face for the original face. So if you remember, this is now the swap face. This is the original one that we had before. So again, this is the walkthrough, trying to keep this, no, we don't save this. Trying to keep this on time here. Oh no! Okay, so this is a little bit more complicated because obviously I'm missing a lot of no. I think this is not the right workflow though. This is embarrassing. Let me try and check. And if not, I think I can still show you guys here or not. So the important part is, I guess, this is one of the ready-made workflows. Yeah, this is 10. This is so the struggle. Nice to meet you too, Angela. So the biggest struggle, I guess, in ComfUI is when nodes are missing. There's no reason to panic, so you can fix this, okay? This is not the big problem. And in case you want to check the video, it is this video from, I think his name is Christian Ham. He does really, really, really great videos about ComfUI tutorials, and especially this one called Best Face Swapper I've seen, ACE++ in ComfUI. It really is the best face swapper. So I use this to actually create the output images, but I recently resaw ComfUI, and I think this is why I'm struggling right now. I'm gonna intend one more time. Okay, let's try. Let's just actually download one of the other ones. Download this one. And yeah, I'm missing too many nodes. I don't want to go through installing them right now. But the point is, if you need to install them because you would want to try this workflow, you go up on the right to Manager and you go to Install Missing Custom Nodes, and then you can install them from here, essentially. But if I do this now, I will have to restart, and we're running out of time. So sorry for this, but I showed you the video. So this is the video I followed. This is the video you could follow to learn how to do this. I guess the important part is that there's one more step after this. This step is the hand refiner. So often the hands look really terrible. Let me show you guys. Like for example, here you can see that the nails just look all sorts of wonky. And there are ways to use specific workflows to refine hands. So I think this looks still a little bit wonky if you close in on it. So you still would want to maybe try and, go into Photoshop, make it even more look like real nails. But I think from where I stand, this looks pretty damn good for hands, generated in AI. So this would be my recommendation to lay over the final result So this is like you're getting to see this before the internet gets to see this. This is essentially the finalized little editorial spread that I want to post today or tomorrow. And we'll also do like a more detailed tutorial on the different workflows. But yeah, it takes time, so it didn't have that time yet, so apologize. Wish it would be already out so you can snatch it. But this is essentially the finalized editorial streak. And I think Marco said something really, really important, which is even we as creators, not only companies, but I believe companies even more, but also we as creators in this specific time, we set a precedent on how AI is being used and what are the ethical standards that we want to support when it comes to AI, right? So I think doing something like this feels to me like an ethical workflow that I as a creator could live with. Whereas, I see some things where I'm like, well, this is kind of infringing copyright. You might not feel like it right now, but it does. So having this like ethical conscience to evaluate this even as a creator, I feel it's really important. With that, I'm gonna stop. This is all I have to say. Does anyone have questions maybe? I don't know if we have even time for questions. Do we have time for questions? Aditya, this is the thing.
So we don't have access to questions because only the speakers are on Zoom, but I think you're also chairing a panel, so you perhaps want to jump onto that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so anyone in here has questions, that can be a thing, but also if you have questions outside of, Ken, yeah, sure. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi. So I'm working on these, I'm working on these AI-powered photo shoots, and I've been, working with a lot of commercial tools, and to just get one job done, I have to like jump through many, tools to get there. So I did Comfy some time back, completely lost the hang of it now. So if you could give me this, motivation and starting point to get back into it, and a good one for AI-powered shoot, it will be great.
Yeah, of course. Maybe let's connect on LinkedIn. I will, in case someone is looking for me, in case. It's just my name on LinkedIn, and it's like this black and white picture which we're using, I want to say everywhere, so I'm fairly easy to find. But just in case, putting my link here in the chat. If you have any questions, just hit me up on socials. I'm usually not going to ghost people. It's not really my style. So happy to share also the workflows with you, Stan, if you can just upload and try them out. And Angela, same for you. If you have questions, super happy to support. I think it's that's the mentality of open source. The mentality is to share and then build our own things from what already exists. And I think it's super powerful. Yeah, and want to support in any way possible. Aditya, what are we going to do? We're going to jump in the Alana magazine panel. Sorry, I was too fast, maybe. I think I was too fast.
No, you could. I think you're on a panel next, right?
Yeah, I'm hosting the panel, yeah.
Yeah, I think we can start that if you have everyone on right now.
I guess not everyone is here yet, so we're still missing a few people. Ilana's here, Leah is here, but we're missing. Is Cabo here? No, Cabo is not here yet, and we're missing some other people. I mean, I would love to talk to Marco. destroying the whole order of things.
No, I think it's fine. I think perhaps you and Isola could reach out to some of the other panelists and we can invite them on. But yeah, we can have it water cooler. We can have it open, kind of open till some of your other panelists. Oh, Javier's here, so I think we have most of your members.
Yeah, subscription fees, it's a bummer. So yeah, subscription fatigue is actually a thing. Didn't you know? It's a thing. And yeah, credits finish super fast, right? When you start getting like you're getting into a flow of finalizing a real vision with AI and not just like producing some pictures. Yeah, it gets to that point where, yeah, Lana's, I think every creator, content creator or a creative creator, I think everyone knows about this. I think there is no one truly surprised.
So we don't know the answer to that. The answer is that the big people are going to do everything in a single window. So if you see the kind of image generation that's coming out of ChatGPT now, it's kind of blowing everything out of the water. It's like much better than Midjourney, very high quality, and you can change things. So, you are going to have the big Llama, Gemini, and ChatGPT become the one-stop solution, and then we're going to feel bad for all these small solutions out there which were helping us earlier, but it's not one solution.
You think so? I actually think models like essentially builds like you all do that because they provide the infrastructure, and then you can train your own models and load in models that are specific for what you actually want to do, but you can keep the workflow intact, so you don't have to change around a lot. That's what I think.
So a node-based, node-based gives you more control. But if you listen to what Jens said, he said that we've moved away from tools to agents. So essentially, we are now talking to software which is single purpose, where you tell it what to do. There's less control, but it does something and gets back to you. So I feel, it's interesting. It's interesting whether we want more control or we want the system to figure everything out.
More control. Yeah. Okay. I think everyone is here, Aditya. I think we can move on.
I'll mute myself.
And stop my rambling at the same time.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Welcome. We have next essentially a panel with the active contributors to the Alana magazine. And yeah, I hope you can show yourself, show your beautiful selves. Is everyone here? You guys are dropping onto two different screens for me. Okay, so this is great to see. Okay, so are we all here? All right. So thank you first of all to Isola, to Aditya, to everyone involved in organizing Fashion Metaverse Conference. We're super honored to be here. Not just giving a quick walkthrough of something I did with AI, but this year is essentially a panel by the Alana magazine, and Hao is already turning heads. That's what he does. And we came here today not to necessarily promote the magazine. That's not the goal. The goal is to maybe help understanding what this magazine actually is all about and how you could potentially use it for your own exposure. So that's kind of the idea, right? Alana magazine has a story, and everyone joining us here today can tell a bit of that story. So let me quickly introduce to you Ilan, Havo, Delia, Shelton, and Oyenlola. And I hope I'm getting it right, but I'm super overconscious about it, so I apologize if I'm doing bad again. Ilan, you want to go ahead, just introduce yourself, tell everyone what you're doing at Alana magazine.
Awesome, thank you, Stella. Hi everyone, my name is Ilan Dene from Ilan Dene Codes. I make fashion tech content on my YouTube and Instagram, and I also contribute to the Alana magazine, as well as I am the podcast host, so that's been really fun. And yeah, back to you, Stella.
Thank you, Ilan. Okay, next up is Agosito with the heart and turning heads. Not
very much your time, and we will be talking about a little bit of the magazine.
What an intro, guys. And it's always the nerve-wracking part. So now it's going to get easier. Okay. So we decided, for those of you who don't know what Alana Magazine was actually about, to share a little bit about it. So Caro, can you share a bit about the origin story of Alana Magazine? Because you were kind of like, it's all your fault, right? So tell everyone.
Yes, of course, I would love to. Well, it was back a little bit like 2 years ago already, so working a lot of time already. So we had this idea of having a way of we can promote everyone in the digital fashion community, so we can share everyone's work, so they can not just be on social media, so we can have another streamline in this way for the magazine for more viewers outside of Web3. So that's why we came along with the idea to create the magazine, so we can feature them, feature their work, and offer them another place within the community, from the community, for the community, so they can share their work. So this was the basic idea that we started the magazine, and Stella followed it, and she embraced the whole idea, and we have been working, expanding it, and it has been amazing to see everything that is from the beginning until now. It's just wonderful. Thank you.
Or, how came to me as like, there was a time of Fashion Friday, right? And you were like, I think we should just have a Fashion Friday magazine or something like this. And I was like, actually, kind of like sit on this over Christmas time, right? Because around Christmas, we always take like 6 to 8 weeks off because everyone needs to recharge. And I sat on this and I was like, this is actually a good idea. We should do this. I don't know how, but we should do this. So since then, it's been a wild ride. Putting stuff together into the way we think it matters and makes sense. Shelfen, so again, right, you've been with us for quite a while. You've been jumping between different meetings. So I want to say, aside from myself, you're probably the person who knows the Alana project as a whole the best. Can you tell us a little bit about what you think makes the magazine maybe unique, and why it does matter that it exists?
All right. So the Alana magazine is unique in the sense that it's not just like your run-of-the-mill magazine. It is a place that is focused on, platforming creators, giving them a space where they can be seen, where otherwise, like, such a creator, like a small creator who's, they have awesome work, they have good stuff, but they don't have that exposure. The Alana magazine exists to,
Getting rough just for me, also for you guys.
You guys didn't catch that?
No, you got rough for that bit. Can you repeat?
All right. So I said the Alana magazine is not your run-of-the-mill magazine, in that, first of all, it is, not completely digital. It is, you can get the physical copy, you can get the digital copy, and you can also get like the hard copy. But it's the main reason why I would say it's unique is because it is some spaces, who would have otherwise not be seen, in spite of the great work that they do. The Alana magazine exists to show them to the world and to give them, opportunities. So I think that's one of the main things. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys for bringing this a little bit better out, because I think that sometimes this information that sometimes gets lost, because we know, but you don't go out on socials and tell that story every day. So I thought today is a good day to iterate on that. All right. So another thing that we wanted to talk about, because we have some experts in our middle here, is actually the importance of marketing and promotion for creators, and what we feel are really good tips and tricks these days from the learnings that we have had with the magazine and that we have had with other creators, helping to promote them. So Delia, you have that professional background, right?
Yes.
Among some others here. Could you help us understand why marketing
Web3 has entirely flipped the script for creatives. Creators now own their work, they own their revenue streams, and often their own communities. So there must be effort putting yourself, and effective marketing in Web3 does a few key things. Number one is that it builds trust in an environment where transparency matters, and there's scams out there. So you need to build that trust with your audience. Number two, Web3 is a new area, so there is an education piece in it where you need to educate new audiences on what your work is, what your project is, and why it matters. And number three, which I think is a huge thing, is building a community. It's going to allow you to amplify reach in networks that depend heavily on social proof and community hype. That's very important. I found the Web3 space to be very supportive for creators in terms of amplifying and collaborating and things like that. And other people can amplify your work and bring it to new audiences. And the last one is you want to drive participation, which is really what we call a call to action, right? So whether that's minting, staking, collaborating, downloading your work, showing up in Discord, etc., that's huge. And pretty much at the end of the day, visibility is everything, is very valuable. If no one knows about your art, your drop, your DAO, your collectible, you're pretty much dead in the water. And another important thing to remember is that it's not about shilling, right? We hear so much about shilling projects, shilling this. It's about storytelling. It's about being transparent and showing people where and how to plug in and build communities.
Well said, Leah. Thank you. I've been recently dipping my toes into TikTok, right? And TikTok proven to be a space, still a centralized platform. So not my personal ideal favorite of how social media should work. But at least there is an incentive mechanism, right? That supports creators, and there are a lot of tools on TikTok that actually do actively support creators. And that's something I found very useful because most of us, we're busy creating. We cannot also commit to content creating all the time, right? So having that type of support goes a long way, doesn't it?
Exactly, yeah. And TikTok is a great platform because not only do you reach Web3 audiences, but you're reaching Web2, you're reaching everybody outside of the space to show them your work and what it's about. So it's a great platform.
All right, Elan, you have a very special task in Alana. You're Alana Magazine podcast host, right? So
yes.
Can you tell us a bit about how we help creators beyond the magazine, amplifying their work and hopefully reaching broader audiences?
Of course. I think I wanted to touch on what you said, that creating itself is its own job. So to add content creation on top of that, that's like a completely different task, and it can be draining trying to do both. So the one thing that I have found and what I love to do is I love to host podcasts. I love having conversations. And I think that's what's so fun about the Alana Magazine podcast is that we get to further amplify the message of our creators. We get to continue to put a spotlight on them. Not only are they in a magazine, they're also on a podcast. So I think that's what makes it exciting. And when it comes to podcasts, I'm a firm believer, and I'm sure our community is a firm believer of repurposing content. So not only when you have a podcast episode that gets repurposed into IG Reels, it gets repurposed into YouTube Shorts, and even quote posts. So not only are you in the magazine, you're also on a podcast, and now you have little clips circling the internet that's highlighting your creativity, highlighting your work and your journey and the insights that you carry. So that's what makes me really excited about this task at Alana Magazine.
Thank you for highlighting that, Dan, because we cannot repeat that as well for often enough. Every content
So, but I'm going to go over about a few tactics. So the first will be building a strong personal brand. So personal branding establishes trust, credibility, and uniqueness in today's market. So take for instance, defining your niche and having a unique voice for what you do or what you promote, it goes a long way in promoting your brand or defining yourself as a person in today's market. Then moving on, I believe collaboration and good community engagement also helps. So collaboration increases exposure, and good community engagement, like take for instance, attending and participating in digital or physical conferences, just like this one we are on, which is Fashion Metaverse Conference. It helps you show yourself out to the world, present yourself to new people, and establish new connection and network with people you've never imagined meeting before. And moving on, I also believe leveraging on short form video content, like let's say TikTok, like we mentioned before, YouTube Shorts, and Instagram Reels. These will go a long way in promoting your business. It helps you boost your discoverability and also helps you improve engagement on what you're selling. So you can do like a catchy visual representation of what you are promoting or what you are designing or what you are selling. Basically, whatever you are doing on any platform, it's good to promote it on this short form video platform, because that's where everybody, most people just open their TikTok nowadays and they're always looking for content, what they are looking for, what they want to see, and having your product out there, your good products, your branded product out there, will go a long way in helping you promote your business or promote your what you are into your work. And the last thing is multi-platform strategy. Just like I mentioned before, creators should look into the Web3 platform, like bringing their work into the Web3 platform, designing under the Web3 platform, and developing other strategies for promoting their business. So it shouldn't be only just one certain place. They should have a strategy of promoting their business on multiple and various platforms to help them to help people discover their products and for them to promote their content. So I believe that these few tactics in 2025 would help most creators generate awareness and promote their businesses better or their work better. Yeah.
Those were a lot too. Thank you. Right, Delia, do you even have anything to add at this point?
Yeah, I have a little bit to dovetail off of what Lola said. Basically, just all the platforms, right? I know creators need to spend specialized time creating, and I know how it is because I'm a solopreneur, one woman show here, but you have to get your work out there. And with the short form videos, especially, a way to do that is doing tutorials, a behind the scenes look at how you created, what went into that process, what was the inspiration, maybe walking through the tools, maybe like a how to, things like that, sharing knowledge. Another good way is collaboration with the corporate world called co-marketing. Collaborating with others, people that maybe have a bigger reach than you, or even don't. Just uniting your powers together to get your guys' work out there is very important. So I would say those two things I would add.
Yeah, these are great additions. I will also just put in the chat. I will read because it doesn't get to the outside chat. There's many platforms to push, but remember to look up your staff members. These will tell you where to aim. And I think he is right. Depending on the content you create, there are more suitable platforms that receive your content better than others. And making sure you understand where that is, it does really matter. So thank you for that addition in the chat as well. And so the third little thing that we wanted to talk about before we probably hand it back to Aditya is opportunities with Alana Magazine for you as creators, right? So if you want to get involved with us, and Cabo always carries this to our Wednesday regular meetings, he's like, someone asked me this, someone asked me that, right? So we are here to tell you how you can become part of this if you want to. And Shelton, could you elaborate on the process of how people could get involved with the Alana Magazine? Because we have two things up right. Actually, one thing is open right now, and the other one will
one is out, and it is to get art for the cover of the Alana magazine, and the other competition is to get for like the fashion editorials. So there are basically like 4 themes for the fashion editorial competition. The one for the cover is currently out, so you can go ahead, give your best work and apply. And it is totally anonymous, so we don't know who is giving us. We're just judging based on the quality of your work. So yeah, everyone is free to to take a shot at this. So I will hand I will hand over the rest of the details to Didier.
Aditya, can you explain a little bit more about the process itself, like how we're going to do this? Because that's different from last year.
Totally, yeah. So the submissions for both the cover and editorial competitions, the good thing about it is it's completely anonymous. Judges will not know the identity of creators. This ensures a fair and unbiased selection process. So really, it's anyone's game, right? In terms of the criteria that judges will be basing submissions on, one is the quality of the work, of course. Second is the alignment with the theme of magazine, which is air. And third is technical quality, pretty much the correct file format, the ability to open the files, etc. Very important. Overall, the goal is to provide an equal opportunity for both well-known and lesser-known creators to be featured. There is a new Telegram group that we have where creators can get support and ask questions if they need help with their submissions. And overall, the process is aimed to be transparent, based on merit, and focusing solely on the work itself rather than the creator's reputation or following.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big step up because last year that was still all very internal, and I felt that is not really grounded in our general consensus agreement that we have at the Alana project. So we're stepping up the game, and this year it will be a much bigger council who evaluates the final entries, and yeah, essentially they will not know who you are. They will really just judge along the theme. So the theme is air, and then the fashion editorials have very specific briefs. You might want to check for those before handing something in, because that's definitely a strong evaluation criteria if you match that brief. Don't transform yourself for this, right? The idea is that it fits with your aesthetic and that you're proud to put this work later onto your portfolio. So make sure to hand to something in that matches what you are already doing, right? And keeps telling that same story. I think that's super important. And yeah, Ilan and Pao, how do initiatives like the community-wide cover competition and themed editorial contest do you think empower diverse creators? What do you think? Like, how is that a thing? And that's my last question, and then I'll stop harassing you guys.
Okay, I'll go first. So again, going back to if you're in the magazine, you're on the podcast, and that gets transformed into multiple other forms of content. And all of these contents, you can link back to your own portfolio, whether it's on LinkedIn, or if you need to embed the link, like it's all there for you. And the sole purpose is to allow creators to create on their own terms, to give them, to create opportunities, to give other creators a platform. And yeah, that's it for me.
Yeah, well, I want to share on this side as well, because that's the main idea that we created the magazine on. So we can offer everyone in the community a place so they can showcase their work, so they can other people can see their work. They will see the quality of your work on this great editorial that is very much talking about everything that is behind on the back end of the creation of Web3 that is very, very much important to understand for creators. And this will help you to showcase your work
flowers to, become true artists. So it'll be a very interesting talk on AI music. So Giorgio's here. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, everyone, and thank you for inviting me here again. I'm honored to be here, and actually, it's very interesting the topic you asked me to speak about, because I'm pretty known in the space as a crypto chef, because actually I'm a chef running a restaurant in Milan, and I'm also working into Web3, organizing events and making consulting. But I had, let me say, I always had the opportunity to turn my passion into a kind of job or a kind of something real. So I want to share a little presentation I prepared for you. Okay. So as I said, I'm a crypto chef. Now I'm speaking about music. So we can start from a little story. In the story, I started from tech, and I had to food. I started to work into marketing agency with top brand like Alfa Romeo, Barilla, Ikaria, and many others. Then I founded my agency. I went to MasterChef. Then I decided to change my life and going to food industry, opening catering, then a restaurant, and serving more than 20,000 meals in 2019. Then COVID arrived, made a huge reset. So I come back to technology because I had a lot of time. So I started studying Web3 and became as admin of one of the largest Web3 community on Telegram, the Ikaria. And I started to work as a Web3 consultant. I also have a small YouTube channel called Crypto Confidential, which make interview for people that work in this industry while I prepare some food. I organize events, Web3 related in Milan, in my restaurant, and some other stuff. But in this summer, because I'm doing a few things, I started creating music. But why I started creating music with AI? At first, because I know nothing about music. I mean, I love music, listening to music. I know what I love, but I cannot play anything. Then I wanted a soundtrack for my brands, especially for my food brand, Food Pornography. I asked all my friends that are musicians to create some music for it. They said, okay, yeah. Nothing arrived. Then I also wanted to make a satire because there are a lot of stuff that they see and I want to reply. And my own way to reply could be with music, with words and music. And as I said before, I wanted to create the music I like. Last but not least, I wanted to have fun. So I went into Suno, that maybe many of you knows, and I started to create something and trying to understand how it could work. So I started to write my music, write my text, and start to find out how they could sound in my mind, and then translate into a prompt in order to create something. And after a few days, I created my first album for Food Pornography. You can find in every store with 14 tracks. I think you can replied to Elon Musk with a video with our Twitter account satya.ai. He created the video and I did the music. Now I show you. So maybe you cannot listen to the music, but you will listen this song a while. But after a few months now, my music count more than 1,000 tracks and more than 80 published. Suno sent me an email, award me with the top 1% creator. And it's incredible because, as I said before, I don't know, I never studied music, but now with this AI tool, I actually create them. And here are a few of my creations. And the songs actually I played. I published the single, album, and EP. And I also have
whole